Hi, Wendy Sue.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. I saw it was like somebody is waiting in the lobby, and I was like, oh, geez. I better
Yeah, I
let him
better
in.
better figure I'd get on and make sure everything was working well. So,
Yeah, yeah, good idea. I'll stay on too and just get prepped.
okay, sounds great.
Good morning.
Good morning, Delina. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Yeah,
Morning.
we're recording this now, right, Savannah? Did you start?
I set it on auto record.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
hmm
Good morning, Representative Finn. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, everybody.
Wendy Sue, are you here? I just wanted to check if you're still good
I
doing
am.
the intro slides.
Yep, I am.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I guess people are still coming in, so I guess we'll just wait a little bit, but
Okay.
yeah, I'll just let you decide whenever you're ready.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. So welcome to the October 7th Pesticide Advisory Board meeting. I thank you very much for joining us. So if you're a Pesticide Advisory Board member calling in, could you type your name in the chat for us? We can keep track of that. If you're wanting pesticide license recertification credit, make sure to have your license number ready for you, or ready. If you have any questions, please type them in the chat. And then additional questions and public comment can be submitted to pab@agr.wa.gov. So navigating in the Teams meeting platform, this meeting will be recorded. You saw that as you came in. You want to type your questions in the chat. So the little chat feature here, we'll have everybody turn their camera off and mute their mics. And these are where you can do that. So with the activity of ESA, the Endangered Species Act at EPA, we chose to devote most of this pesticide advisory meeting to Endangered Species Act. We'll have an overview of ESA, then we'll narrow it down to a state view. It's critical that we states work together in implementation. And then we'll have a open discussion where we'll have other agencies talk about what they're doing and if any help is needed. And then we will we'll focus on a critical component of the Endangered Species Act, and that is compliance. And then we'll move into talking about the pesticide stewardship program. They are a program that works with farming communities to support farmers through upcoming pesticide regulations. So this fits well. And then we'll end the day with a neonicotinoid update. We'll then have polling for the next meeting, and we'll wrap up and have a closing. Then we'll open it up for public comment and adjourn by 12. With that, I'd like to turn over the program to Scott Nielsen, who is the program manager for pesticide compliance at the Washington State Department of Agriculture. Scott, welcome. And Scott's getting ready to retire, so it's really great that he's given us some time to give us this critical update. So thank you, Scott, and thank you for your service.
Well, thank you, Wendy Sue. I'll just show my camera here for a minute as I get started, and then I'll actually just turn it off so you don't have to see my mug while I'm reading from my notes. But most of you on here probably recognize me. And like I said, my system will run better probably if I have the camera off. So I've been tasked with giving an overview of the Endangered Species Act and how it relates, obviously, to EPA and the registration and use of pesticides. So that's what we're going to cover this morning. Next slide. So way back in 2011, and a lot of you are aware, EPA was sued by the Center for Biological Diversity and the Pesticide Action Network for not adhering to the Endangered Species Act. Any federal agency that approves things, regulates things, and things like that, can't do anything that could potentially harm or impact endangered species. Well, the registration and use of pesticides, the court decided, certainly could impact endangered species. So the plaintiffs prevailed. EPA, by court order, must consult with the National Marine Fisheries Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and provide protection and mitigations for endangered plant and animal species. They must do this for all the new pesticides coming on board and for all the existing ones as they get reviewed and re-registered. And this includes the habitat for those listed ESA species too. So not just the species themselves, but their habitat. We'll get into some more of that later. Next slide, please. So where it started was the new ESA protection language on the label of many pesticides is going to require that a bulletin be obtained and followed. Okay, we're going to go into some depth on this, but this is where it all started, was this language for endangered species where you would have to, at least in the last year and a half, you would have to go to the Bulletins Live 2 website and check to see if there was a bulletin for the specific active ingredient you were applying for a certain area. This will always appear right under the directions for use heading in a label. And you can just see this is sort of a new requirement, new information telling an applicator that if applicable, they do have to go get a bulletin. Next slide. So these bulletins had already been determined probably close to 17 or 18 years ago. EPA decided that bulletins were going to be the best way and most efficient way to try to protect endangered species from some earlier challenges that came on. And so they'd already come up with this, and they're going to be site specific by geographic locations as the most efficient way to convey any new protections or mitigations to protect certain species. The key is these bulletins are an extension of the pesticide label use instructions. So they're just going to be an additional language to label stuff that we have to follow. You'll see words on there. It's going to be mandatory language. Words like must, shall, do not, etc. These will have to be followed by an applicator. Next slide, please. The site geographic sensitive areas are called pesticide use limitation areas, or PULAs, okay? These PULAs can be found by applicators and growers at the Bulletins Live 2 website, which is maintained by EPA. I picked an example here. This is Lower Crab Creek down there in Grant County. I kind of picked it because it's right in the center of the state. And if you think about the Lower Crab Creek dumps into the Columbia just below Wanapum Dam, and that must have a history of salmon in the lower sections of Crab Creek. Crab Creek's also, for those of you who don't know, is the longest creek in the state. It starts way up by Reardon and dumps in, like I said, in the Columbia, all the way down in the central part of the state. So a grower will have to see, if you look at this image, you can see that the circle in the center left part of the image is not within a pink area. It's not within a PULA. So there would be no bulletin that has to be obtained for that field. If you're making an application to that field, you would just follow your normal label instructions like always. But that circle just a little bit to the southeast of it there, you can see that portions of that 135 acre circle are within a pesticide use limitation area. And for making an application to that, you would have to go to the EPA website, check to see what restrictions might be there for a particular active ingredient. Next slide, please. As I showed there, many of our current pesticide use limitation areas, or PULAs, the term we'll use a lot, are along salmon-bearing rivers and streams based upon input from National Marine Fish and Wildlife. We know we've got, what, 13 endangered or threatened salmon runs in the state of Washington. So most of our early pulas have been along these streams. But many areas without the history of endangered salmon runs wouldn't currently have any pulas associated with them. So I took this image just maybe 3 miles north of the one I just showed you, kind of in the Royal Slope, Royal City area, and you can see there's no pulas here, even though we've got irrigation ditches, canals, and all kinds of agriculture. This area, there would be no use limitations for this area at this time, because there did be no history of salmon bearing. So I do want to stress, though, that down the road with some of the other mitigations and other species that could be added, and fish and wildlife, migratory things and stuff, that some could appear in this area later. But for right now, there wouldn't be any pulas in that area. Next slide, please. So getting back to, if an applicator needs to go in and zoom in, this is the actual Bulletins Live 2 website that's up and running, and it's been up and running for probably 17 months or so. Applicators can go in there and zoom into your field, zoom into your location, like I showed for that Crab Creek area, and see if your field is in there. If it is, the key here, and what we've learned, is at the where I've got the little circle there at the very bottom, you would want to add the EPA registration number for the pesticide that you're going to be applying. You just add the number down there at the bottom, and it'll pull up if any pulas are, or any restrictions are in place for that particular active. If nothing comes up, that particular active ingredient isn't a problem. But if it does come up, then you do have to follow those instructions. The reason I stress adding the EPA registration number is if you just search within your field and click on all, it'll bring up hundreds of products. Because if you think of something like bromoxynil or metallochlor, some of the active ingredients that we already have, there's probably 60 or 70 products registered that have those active ingredients in them. So you don't need the entire list. It'll bog down your computer or your phone. But if you add the EPA number for the one you want, it'll bring it right up. The key is an applicator can bring these up to 6 months in advance of the application. Anytime in a window from the day before to 6 months prior, you could bring up this information and see if there's any particular restrictions for your area for the product that you're going to be applying. Next. Some bulletins are easy to follow. The restrictions are very going to be not hard at all. They're only going to be under certain circumstances. You can't make an application if a field is saturated, or some other conditions. Can't apply if there's a 1-inch rain event expected within the next 24 hours. Saying maybe a certain setback from the water. That upper one I showed there, upper left there, is metallochlor, and you can see that the restrictions are very reasonable in terms of what they're expecting. Then they came out with some for the OPs, and this is an example. The lower right there is a restriction that came out for diazinon, and they just got much more complex. And some of the restrictions are going to be a little more difficult to read, a little more difficult to follow. This is still a work in progress, so over time we should see some of these bulletins tightened up and rearranged, hopefully easier and easier to follow and read. Okay, these instructions may come out broken out by ground boom, aerial application, air blast application. You can see different sections and different restrictions for different application methods too. Next slide. A key thing to understand is that there's no record keeping requirements as it relates to obtaining a bulletin. As I mentioned, the label language is going to say you must obtain and follow a bulletin. We wrestled a lot with what does obtain mean, and in the last year or so, EPA has qualified it and clarified it for us. And really, there is no record keeping requirement that a copy of this bulletin has to be retained with your records. An applicator certainly can, and we would always encourage that if somebody wants to, but it's not something that would necessarily be enforceable. And Tim Stein will go into some more detail on this in his presentation later. One way of thinking about this is the bulletin is an extension of the label, and we've never had it as a requirement that an applicator has to keep a copy of the label. It usually just goes away with the empty container. After it's triple rinsed and recycled. So we've never really required that. We do have our standard record keeping that's out there for most applications that take place, and we've got everything from the product applied, the EPA reg number, the crop, the site, the acres, the rate, who applied it. All the things we require are on there. So we have our normal record keeping, but keeping a copy of the bulletin with this isn't really required under FIFRA. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Next. So that's the bulletin side of it. The bulletins have been out there for, like I said, quite a while. We already have some in place. Starting last spring, there was already some product in the channels of trade in Washington that was going out from the distribution wholesalers and retailers, and that label language that I showed was on there. So it's already been out there, and some products need to be implemented by growers. Now the EPA, in further instruction and trying to be in compliance with the Endangered Species Act and the agreements with the court cases that took place, they've now developed and announced the herbicide mitigation strategy, the insecticide mitigation strategy, which is still in draft, but will probably be finalized this winter. And they just about 10 days ago came out with their vulnerable species action plan. All of these are just further ESA mitigations that the EPA has had to develop and create so that we can continue to register and use pesticides. And we'll go through each of these three. These are what have really created some consternation and concern with applicators and grower groups really all across the country. But we'll try to address these as best I can. Go ahead, next. The strategies that they've came up with are not self-implementing. It's a term that they've used in the herbicide strategy and the insecticide strategy. Instead, they're just going to be a tool to guide EPA with the new active ingredient registrations and registration review of current pesticides under FIFRA. So as they're always doing those label updates, label reviews, and things like that, this will be stuff that will be implemented as we go down the road more in the future. When levels of mitigation for herbicides and insecticides are identified to address species population level impacts, EPA will propose label language to address spray drift buffer restrictions as well as runoff and erosion mitigations. These are likely going to include that applicators need to reach a certain number of points to make an application and still be in accordance with the label instructions. It's these points and things that have created a lot of stir and interest around the whole country. The product label in the future is likely going to direct users to the EPA's new mitigation menu website. It's actually not up and running yet, at least about a week ago it wasn't, but we've seen examples and templates of what it might look like. Next. So for simplicity, I'm going to discuss the herbicide and insecticide strategies together. They're going to read very similarly. Obviously, one will affect herbicides more and the other one insecticide applications more. But the types of restrictions and the things we're going to see and how they're going to do it, I think are going to be pretty similar between the two. The additional mitigation measures, once identified, are likely going to appear in 3 different places. We're going to see things just on the product label, things that are sort of universal across the entire nation. We'll see certain restrictions that are going to be right there. We'll also see some for certain species or certain pesticides where it will direct the applicator to the mitigation menu to try to come up with these points we were talking about to reduce things. Or, as we've already talked about, in a specific PULA, it'll just be a bulletin. A person will just have to go find that bulletin and read it. Things on the product label, we've already seen over the years some of the general language that might be there to reduce off-target issues. We've seen things like added over the last 25 years, like, do not apply under conditions of a temperature inversion. Do not apply, in excessive temperature. Do not apply if wind exceeds 15 miles per hour, as just general, like, boilerplate language that you sometimes see on labels. Well, we probably will see some more of those type restrictions. Go ahead, go to the next slide, please. As was sort of stated, the 2 primary sources for off-target things and potential harm to endangered species were evaluated, and that was spray drift and runoff and erosion. 2 different things. So if you think of spray drift would be, say, during an application, pesticides that might move off target and cause an issue. And then runoff and erosion would be, say, post-application. Are there things that could happen that could potentially impact endangered species or their habitat? So these mitigation measures are going to be implemented for both of these types of things. Next slide, please. One of the really big things to understand as I was going through this, trying to put this together, is that these 2 strategies are limited to agricultural crops and cropland only. And really, it's like cultivated crops and planted crops, if you will. Rangeland, pasture, right-of-way, CRP, residential applications, schools, parks, and forestry are not included. And forestry, obviously for our state, is sort of a big area where we dodged a bit of a bullet there, because forestry is certainly considered agricultural for WPS language and things like that. But forestry was not considered as a major player for these agricultural applications. And EPA in their guidance documents does explain why they went with the agricultural crops for these mitigations. Really, they just substantially, many more pounds of pesticides are applied to the agricultural areas than to the non-crop areas, on an annual basis. And so that was their primary thinking there. But that's a really big thing to keep in the back of your mind for all of you with different areas, is that these 2 strategies are for agricultural lands. So it has that limitation. Next, please. And as I sort of hinted at the beginning, also very important to understand that it's not just for the species themselves that are being measured in terms of making sure that they're protected, but you could have plants or animals that the species may also depend on for their food source or life cycle. So it's really, the Endangered Species Act is very all-encompassing. And so that's why we've seen so many things related, say, to the herbicide strategy. You might have endangered plants that need protected, but you also might have plants that are key for certain animals or for certain insects as part of their life cycle. And so it really, sort of expands what need to be protected there. And this little graph just kind of shows that you can see that up above is the number of dicots, monocots, and non-flowering plants listed in the contiguous United States, and that were for protection. And down below was the taxa and numbers of animal species that depend on those plants for food or shelter. And so it expands quite a bit. Next one. just pulling some information out of the strategies. The herbicide strategy is 79 pages long, and there's a lot in there and a lot to try to uncover. Not to that doesn't even count all the additional documentation documents and scientific studies and everything that were evaluated to develop the process. But I just wanted to show a graph. The blue areas here representing the geographic extent of the species range and designated critical habitats for 227 listed plant species and animal species with obligate relationships with the plants in the herbicide strategy. And you can, if you look at our state, you can see that portions of the Palouse and some other little pockets in Western Washington and Central Washington are going to have some of these species in there. Next. To try to come up with the herbicides and develop what the mitigations were going to be in these strategies, they used ag drift model to estimate the downwind depositions and make their determinations. As I stated, they evaluated aerial, ground, and air blast spray methods to develop certain required buffers on the downwind side of treated fields. And this was all calculated on a ratio of likely pesticide exposure relative to the toxicity of the pesticide. And probably a third of the 79 pages is, you know, expressly for the calculation of how they came up with some of this. And it gets quite detailed and quite complex. But just understand that that was how they developed all that. And they had to kind of also determine, you know, how much, what level of exposure, and the toxicity. What was not only the amounts that might be moving, but if it were to move and a part per million or something get over onto sensitive species, what possible impact would there be? Next one, please. As it comes to the buffers that a person's going to calculate for the mitigations, one example here of how a buffer distance might be adjusted for a spray drift buffer, there's certain things that you can include in your buffer area. It's not necessarily just a section of the treated target that's going to have to be bypassed. You can use areas like if you've got an untreated field right adjacent to you. If that field's not being treated, that could be part of your buffer. If you've got CRP, vegetative strips, windbreaks, even non-crop areas like homes, residences, streets, easements, anything like that can be used as part of that buffer. And this graph just illustrates that. A sensitive area there that needs to be protected, and an example of maybe a 30-foot windbreak and a 20 feet of CRP that somebody has, and so they've already got 50 feet right there that you know might be all the buffer they need. If they need some more, it would have to be taken out of the edge of the field where that Boer example is. There's other ways to decrease your required buffer, and they're going to take all of these things into consideration. And I will say these are things that they began to add based on input that they got from the different states, as everybody was giving input on their early drafts. And so other ways you can reduce your drift fence include, you know, obviously increasing your droplet size, reduce number of passes that might be needed to treat a given field. You can even just by reducing your application rate. All of this stuff is calculated on an assumption of full application rate. And we know realistically, most of the time people are tank mixing at half or 2/3 or 3/4 of an application rate. So you're running it. You can run reduced application rate to reduce your distance, reduced boom height above the target, and obviously windbreaks themselves and their height and their density. All of those things can contribute to reducing your buffer distance. Next one, please. They also have, like I said, they're going to have soil and runoff mitigations too. I showed there an example of for treatment applications for wind drift. Applicators will be directed to a site where they can calculate mitigation points for their application. This chart example is from National Marine Fish and Wildlife Service, for sort of like created for our area, more for salmon protection on streams. It indicates points that can be earned by staying a certain distance away from critical habitat, okay? On the left side is the drift calculation. On the right-hand side, in the blue, and then in the right would be calculations for reducing runoff. And you can see, I just grabbed an example of it, but there's vegetative filter strips, vegetated ditches, runoff technology, and things like that. Of interest, I talked about some of these strategies being simple, some being a little more confusing. Remember, they're not being written, or some of the bulletins anyway, aren't being written by EPA. They're being written by the services, and they're not as used to the language that we've all used, reading pesticide labels. And you can see here that we switched to meters. So we switched to the metric system on this particular chart. And so there are some differences out there that are still being worked on. This is a 90-point scale that a person could use to figure out their mitigations. And I'll show another one here that's a different point scale. Next slide, please. Here's just another example, and this was another example of runoff and mitigation type points that a person can get. This is more from Fish and Wildlife Service on a more broad national scale. It's built on a 9-point system, but you can see the same types of things that they've incorporated. The reduction of the proportion of the field treated, soil incorporation, a low likelihood of runoff. All these different things are taken into consideration, slope, percentage, and all these things. And so they are working to make sure, I'll just state that between the different services and different agencies, they do come up with a more consistent pattern, a more consistent bulletin or mitigation that everybody can follow. Okay. They've also are working on, it's not out there yet, but they've been tinkering with some sort of a worksheet, kind of a handy dandy little calculator that growers can go in, mark some of these things that they've employed. They may have a conservation plan, they may be no-till, they maybe have a little vegetative strip on the downhill side of their field, all of these things, and then boom, it'll come up with a number of points. And for this example, the minute you get above 9, it just basically says you've met all your mitigation points. You can make your application. Next slide, please. Just another example, because we're out west where there's a lot less precipitation in general. This is kind of a national map of how they came up with low, medium, or high likelihood of potential runoff. You can see the Mississippi drainage area, lots of high potential runoff and sections of the East Coast. But out west, we get some automatic points just because we've got lower precip in general. And so we get an automatic point deduction just for being out west. And you can see most of Washington falls in the very low or low classification, except for Mason County and Wahkiakum or Pacific. I can't, but there's a couple of counties there that were more in the medium range. Like I said, there's other things that can be done that they took into account to reduce mitigation and get you some points. Infield vegetative strips, reduced till, contour farming, mulch even can be applied, other habitat improvements that are out there. All of these things will act as mitigation points for growers and applicators. Next slide, please. Some of the things they looked at too for these strategies is that population level impacts would be very unlikely for certain types of applications. They looked at some of the chemigation things like micro sprinklers or drip type irrigation application. They didn't think there'd be much concern there in terms of off target. In furrow applications, when the nozzle application is 8 inches or less from the furrow, tree trunk drench paint or injection type applications, soil injection applications, granular formulations, solid formulations. They're they see all those as safe. Less than 1/10 of an acre spot treatments and less than 1,000 acre square treated when applied with backpack or handheld sprayers. These things just are basically exempted from a lot of the mitigations and restrictions that we're seeing coming down. Next slide. So that was the herbicide and insecticide strategies. Like I said, about 10 days ago, they just approved their vulnerable species action plan. And we kind of knew this was coming too. Just says September here of 24. This has been approved by EPA. And these are special protections for a subset of endangered species that are particularly vulnerable to pesticides due to either declining population trends, a small number of populations, limited distribution across the US, or they occur in areas highly exposed to pesticides. They just happen to inhibit areas like right between cornfields or something. So those are the things that they took into consideration when coming up with this vulnerable species one. Next slide, please. The vulnerable species plan really builds upon the previous strategies, but a very important distinction that everybody has to understand, and I didn't even catch it until I was reviewing it for this presentation, is that this one is not limited to just the agricultural crops that I mentioned before. This is expanded to all non-residential outdoor uses. Okay, so there's more incorporated here. This would include mosquito adulticide applications, invasive species management, and those types of things. I do want to stress that in their document, though, when it comes to mosquito abatement and invasive species, they understand the importance of those things and those treatments. And so they recognize that I think we're going to see certain exemptions for some of those too, that we understand for, human health protection and things like that, that we will certainly allow for most of those in most situations. But they're going to continue to consult between Fish and Wildlife Service and EPA and NIMS. Next one, please. I just wanted to show an example of the evolving nature and how this is working, and kind of a positive note that they are listening. When the 27 vulnerable species pilot first came out a year ago, many of you might have seen what was in this upper slide. The protective area that they had a prohibition against almost all insecticide, fungicide, herbicide applications included a huge chunk of Western Washington, including those areas where we grow all of our key seed vegetable crops and everything else. And if you look at that, it was really an unreasonable large area that was going to have some prohibitions in Western Washington. But our own local Fish and Wildlife, working with the National Fish and Wildlife and working with EPA, and our comment letters and stuff that went in from WSDA, they reevaluated it and reevaluated the range of the Taylor's checker spot butterfly. And you can see in the lower graph, they came up with a much more realistic range of areas that needed protected. A little bit there south of Olympia, and a little bit up there like in the San Juans, and a little bit down in the Willamette Valley. But much more realistic of an area that needed protection. And that was an official ESA protection area that they came out with March 7th of 2024. Well, now I see that this vulnerable species that has been approved, it's actually been completely removed. The Taylor spot checkered butterfly, it's one of they took 7 off of the original 27 and they added 7 different ones. But this particular butterfly species was actually removed from needing any additional protections. And go to the next slide, please. And I just wanted to quote right from kind of the footnotes from the back of from the vulnerable species plan, why one of the reasons they removed it. And it says Fish and Wildlife has collaborated and consulted with pesticide applicators in the occupied areas to avoid and minimize the impacts of pesticides. Correspondence from Fish and Wildlife provided TPA in 2023 indicated that pesticide use within the occupied areas is almost entirely done to help manage and restore the habitat of it. So they're in there taking out invasive species and things that hurt the habitat for the butterfly. And they saw that as a positive, so they're going back to allowing it there. So I just wanted to show that as an example of how they are continuing to look at and evaluate all of these things. Next slide, please. Of the 27 species listed as vulnerable, requiring the additional protections, only one that I could find is currently in the state of Washington. And it's the White Bluffs bladderpod plant. And it only grows there at the White Bluffs area, again, in south central Washington. For those of you familiar with that like Hanford Reach area, from like Wahluke Slope down toward Ringgold. That is really the only area where this plant is found. And so it's going to have some special protections of herbicide use in that area. And if you look at where that's found, though, it really is just kind of right along the White Bluffs. And I put an overlay of our ag irrigated areas, so you can kind of see it's mostly just going to be out there in the sage and rabbit brush along those areas. So that's right now the only one we have. It could change. We could certainly see more. But that's a rare and endangered plant species. Next slide, please. Just to finish up with what we've been doing, our activities, of course, when this all first came out about, like I said, 17 or 18 months ago, when they first came out with some of these plans and the bulletins started to come out, we submitted comment letters while they were still open. We did on the vulnerable species draft, we certainly sent comments. On the herbicide strategy draft, we sent comments. On the insecticide strategy draft, we just got comments in last month. And so some of the things you can imagine we commented on were like the different point systems. It's going to be unrealistic for applicators to have to go and figure out 90 points for one species and 9 points for another. So getting them all to meld and make sense is going to be better for everybody. We've also done a huge major education outreach focus this last winter. Some of you probably heard some of this. We got out, did over, just the compliance staff alone, did over like 70 presentations and webinars, really introducing everybody to Bulletins Live 2 and just getting everybody kind of up to speed on that. And I know our TSE program had a couple where they were out too, and certainly others. NRAS, everybody has been out doing them. We, of course, will update our website for additional information. And there's some work groups that met around the state to address the new mitigations and actually get applicator, grower, researcher involvement in that and other agencies and things. Next slide, please. Just real quick, I think Abby will cover some of this, but the working groups originally met at 4 different locations, 3 in Washington, 1 down there in the Oregon area, and they were attended by local applicators, growers, other stakeholder groups, and really we're just trying to look at some of these bulletins and draw little maps and see if they could actually be done and to find problems with it. And some of the people from the different services were even there and saw that their bulletins were difficult and hard to follow and realized, oh, now that I see it from an applicator's perspective, maybe we can rewrite this and make it a little more usable. So next slide, please. EPA is continuing to refine those pesticide use limitation areas, and instead of being really broad, really narrow them down to smaller areas, critical habitat, in consultation with the services. These strategies we've seen, there is another one coming. It'll be a big one on the rodenticide mitigations. And I think the rodenticide mitigations also will include more than just agricultural areas. I'm pretty certain when the rodenticide mitigation strategies come out, it'll be for all, probably all outdoor uses too. Across the state, so other areas too. I covered a lot of stuff. And if you really want to look at the details and some of the behind the scenes information of how they developed the whole thing, you really just kind of need to go to their website, which I have down there at the bottom. Just Google EPA.gov endangered species, and it'll take you there. And all of the documents, links, everything is there. Like I said, the mitigations menu is still pending. Our goal, of course, is to continue to keep working with them because we want to make these implementations of ESA obligations workable, but also feasible for our Washington growers. And that's going to be best for us to be able to grow our crops, control pests, but also what's going to be best for the wildlife or the endangered species we're trying to protect. If we can kind of get buy-in from everybody to actively follow these limitations that are coming out. So next slide. That was what I had. And I left myself a whole minute for questions. I don't know if you want to do questions now, Wendy, Sue, or at the end when you get into the discussions. However you want to do that, I'm up for anything.
Thank you, Scott. We do have a minute. We go ahead and answer a question if someone has one. I see, Craig, you have your hand raised.
Okay, I took it back down when you said 1 minute. So thanks, Scott. So I have two questions and then a comment. And if we can't answer them in a minute, to answer them later is fine. Back at the beginning on the bulletins, I was curious if those are in other languages besides English. And then on the PULAs, I was curious if there is a review time, because it said 6 months ahead of time, so you could go search that. So it sounds like they're fairly static, but I'm curious, will they be reviewed? And if so, is there a cadence? And the last thing was a comment on the use of acronyms. So I had to phone a friend on what a CRP was, because Elle and I, we don't use that term. So just for different agencies in the public, just a caution on acronyms without defining them. And if I missed the definition of that, I apologize. So that's it. So,
no, very good. Those are excellent questions, which I should have covered. Acronyms, you're right. Conservation Reserve Program would be like the old set aside type programs that they used to have for years, taking cropland out of production, and landowners sometimes get paid a certain amount to keep it in perennial grasses or other cover and things like that, which is good for wildlife, good for soil erosion, all that. It's usually like on a 10-year annual renewal. The PULAs, I'm going to go backwards on your questions, is those will get, I think you'll see occasional refinement changes sometimes. The first ones were set that you saw for some of those streams, and I can't remember how far, but that's like a 1,500 foot on either side of the salmon stream that they go out. But the actual restriction that came out on the bulletin was only for about 164 feet. So the PULA was larger, but so they gave themselves some room there, but the restrictions are actually within that. You did remind me about the 6 months, so I want to stress that an applicator can say 5 months before an application, go to the website, see what any restrictions are. If there's an applicable bulletin, pull it off, and then when their application date comes, follow those instructions. If the instructions were to change within that window, applicators are only responsible for what they pulled off at the time. So that was something that EPA has assured us on, is that even if things were to change or a PULA get added or something, if you pull it off 5 months before, that's what you're going to be required to do. So they did build in a little grace period there for applicators. And right now, for your first question, I've only seen them in English. There's probably been some discussion for some other language, but I've only seen bulletins in English. At least that's all I've seen, and same with some of the mitigation pages. But as this thing continues to morph and come along, we'll probably see some more changes. Thank you.
Scott, we have one more question from Calvin.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Calvin.
Yeah. Hey, Scott. I'm just curious. I had not heard about I had heard about some of the plans, like the checker spot butterfly one that just got pulled. but I had not heard about the PULAs, and I was trying to use their website after you showed it a few minutes ago. And I'm curious if the EPA makes available, is it hard to get the spatial data? Because for a large landowner or people who are looking across, it kind of feels like bring me a rock, right? You have to pick a registration number and then look and then zoom around different areas. So is there a way to get access to the data to look at a larger scale to see if you even have hits within, and for large land ownerships? I'm also curious if these things, these PULAs have been delineated, I assume, within forested areas, not just in agricultural areas.
Yes, they're in forested areas all around. I mean, the PULAs are, if you think of a salmon bearing stream, they're big chunks of Western Washington, every little drainage. And so they are there. Yeah, on a macro scale, I'll just kind of share, and you have to play, I'm glad you pulled it up, but you really have to play in that Bulletins Live website quite a bit to get comfortable with it. But you can zoom out. How do I put it? I'll just give an example, like Spokane County. You could zoom out and show all of Spokane County, most of Lincoln, the northern half of Whitman County, and that might cover a great big farming operation, right? That's in 3 different counties. And enter an active ingredient or enter your EPA number, and it will say no bulletins. The example would be bromoxynil, which would be like in Husky, herbicide for small grains. And so if I'm a wheat grower, you could zoom way out. It'll go to green. It'll show that you got a printable bulletin. Pull it out, and it'll say, at this time, there's no restrictions in that area. At this time, because we don't have any salmon bearing streams here, because they never got past the last fish ladder at Chief Joseph Dam there at Bridgeport. So that's the history is, at least the more recent history, if you will, of the endangered salmon run. So that's just kind of an example, I think, of what you're saying. There is some ways to learn a little more in a little bit larger scale. Other times, yeah, a person's just gonna have to check all their fields and see if one of those pink area actually shows up, if that helps.
Okay, I guess the last thing is have you, do they make accessible the actual data layers for people? Is there a streamlined process for that?
It's probably there if somebody else wants to answer. That's I haven't researched it, but there will be some overlays. I've seen it with some of the other strategies that came out, not necessarily the Bulletins Live page, but I've seen some of their overlays that they do. If that helps.
Can I just
Oh, go ahead.
clarify? Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, to clarify your question, are you wanting to know like the, excuse me, the exact species locations, or is it more about the actual PULA data?
It would be the PULA buffer data.
I don't know if that's accessible to us. I know that the exact species data is not really something they share because it's like heritage data and they don't want people to do intentionally take. So there might be a reason that that data is not specifically available or easy to find for us, but we could clarify and ask someone in the services.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to take so much time.
So we'll have an open discussion too, so we can continue if needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Dent, we see that you have your hand up.
Thank you. So, Scott, I find it interesting that all this information has come out, and I, myself and the chair of the House Ag Committee, kind of led the charge against the EPA to make some changes. And, we never had received one response, and we hadn't received any of this information. So perhaps you and I can sit down sometime soon and talk about, what is really happening here, because a lot of this today is new to me.
You bet, Tom. We can have a meeting for sure and
Okay.
give you the details.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Scott. With that, we'll go ahead and move on. Well, next is Abby Nicholson. She works for the Surface Water monitoring program for the WSDA Natural Resources and Agricultural Science Program. With that, I'll turn it over to Abby.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. Yep, I'm going to be talking to you. I just have a few short slides here regarding the state plan. If you picked up in Scott's presentation, especially when looking at that, and I even got my copy it out, the chart here that was written by National Marine Fisheries Service and through the strategies. There's always been mention of points being available or mitigation strategies involving conservationist or working with some sort of stewardship program as an option, and that is something that was picked up on early on in the process. And so I go ahead and next slide for me, please. So what ended up happening was a group of us got together and started talking about, well, what could a state plan be? And by state plan, we talk about, something that would qualify as a conservation program that could earn either full or partial credit for any of the points that you might need. Utilizing these mitigation strategies in the way of pesticide mitigation is somewhat of a new concept, especially with having them on labels and such. So the plan that was developed, what I have here on my slide is just the very basic elements, and all of these elements together created kind of the grand scheme of what a full pesticide stewardship program could be, or at least parts of it. It's everything that the group of us that and I'll talk about who was all involved here in just a second, but the group of us, this would be the big goal. This would be all encompassing. This would be everything. And so elements regarding to like an education and outreach program specifically about these new mitigations occurring on labels. Any sort of planning or record keeping that would be required if you are a participant, or how would you show that you are a participant in some sort of state plan or pesticide stewardship program. And then to develop that program, there also has to be a lot of coordination. We have we had several, even in Washington, overlapping programs in which, everybody is promoting these strategies, promoting conservation practices. The few that come to mind for me, of course, are the NRCS practices, a big deal, moving forward in some of the strategies, but also a voluntary stewardship program and every other conservation district across the state that's promoting different mitigation strategies, usually for something other than pesticides. Pesticides haven't always been a key in some of these mitigation strategies. It's usually sediment transport or nutrient transport, but now we're seeing them in a new light because of their involvement now in pesticide labeling of their mitigation for specifically pesticides. So there has to be some coordination. If you're doing one thing for one program, does it count for being part of another program? And then another one of the elements is developing these financial resources, because we realize that there needs to be an incentive, and sometimes more incentive to promote these mitigation strategies. And then one thing, and I'll talk again about who all was involved with implementation and effectiveness evaluation, is how do we know a program like this is working? How do we know, what is the participation and how would we count that? So yeah, all of these things together are the big grand goal. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So all the agencies involved you have here, we brought this plan about as a very general state plan and not just specifically a Washington state plan, because we wanted to develop a framework in which other states could also develop a state plan in the same way. And we call it, I'm calling it a state plan. You could just call it pesticide stewardship, something like it's very much in its concept phase right now. So we had multiple agencies involved from both Oregon and Washington, and also the services and EPA. And then we're also able to get feedback on this state plan concept from others listed at the right there. So OSU, Washington State University, USDA, and also Private Sector Compliance Services International. That's been very helpful. So we started these meetings last spring. And these were going on in tandem with some of the workshops that Scott had mentioned that occurred again, kind of the sit down, what's working, what's not. And everything has been a bit of a moving target for us as well. So we're going to continue to meet. We have shown our plan to the EPA folks and gotten some feedback from them as well. And go ahead, next slide. I think I have another next slide. Yep. Okay. And what I want to end here with is that we showed it to EPA, got some feedback, and others, and got feedback. And the next step for us in this whole state plan concept is taking a bit of a smaller chunk. Funding a complete pesticide stewardship program with all of those elements is a bit too big of a ball for us right now here in the state of Washington. And so our plan forward is to take a smaller chunk. We are pursuing some grant funding to work on some of this the coordination piece to see if we can line up what programs are promoting what practices and when does it count for more than one, and what can we do to provide something for growers that would be able to showcase these mitigation practices specifically for pesticide mitigation. And yeah, that's about it. It's been an effort that is going to continue to move on. We have these regular meetings, and it's been a great effort. Also, I do want to point out, as Scott has pointed out, EPA is certainly listening. We've had multiple conversations with him and a good back and forth relationship, and we really do continue. We are going to continue that, and yeah, it's been good so far. Very receptive. So that's it for me right now. Know if you have any time for questions for me right now too.
Thank you, Abby. I think that was a nice segue into our next presentation. Yeah. That overlap of programs and challenges that people meet. So we want to open up this part of the meeting to have other agencies talk about their perspectives on this endangered species.
So I'll go ahead and lead this discussion. We had sort of prepared this slide based on the ESA conversations and the presentations that you guys just saw. And we've got a lot of federal changes coming from EPA that could have a major impact and have been having a major impact on WSDA pesticide programs as we try and work on our implementation of it. And it's very possible that it may impact your work as well. So we've really been putting a lot of focus on how we plan our community outreach, our engagement strategies. We really just want to prepare pesticide applicators to be able to follow everything that they need to so we can have a successful implementation of ESA. And ESA is just one example of pesticide regulatory updates that we have to implement. And so we're really interested in having this conversation about education and outreach strategies. So if you're not representing an agency, we'd like to know maybe your outreach needs, whether it's specific to all this Endangered Species Act discussion or even more generally from us as an agency. If you are from another agency and maybe you have like a good example of an outreach project or a campaign that you've done, could be completely unrelated to Endangered Species Act, but one that's been successful that you'd like to share. And so we've just got a few general questions here, not in any particular order, but really more to just prompt this dialogue. And yeah, just curious to hear your thoughts on community engagement in general.
So Wendy, not sure if we're supposed to raise our hands for this or just hop on and start talking.
Yeah, we can do hands raised. We can also, if you want to add in the chat as well, but we'll just, yeah, hands raised, or you can go ahead if no one's talking, Craig.
So there we go. And Bradley, just a heads up, I'm going to put you on the spot too. So myself and Bradley, we're here representing labor and industries. So our connection to the ESA is minimal because we are doing inspections when there are employees on site, and applicators are typically the employees of some agriculture employer. That being said, we like to use a holistic approach.
When you say a holistic approach, do you have any examples of some outreach that you've done and ways that you think it might kind of just help us, or something you'd like to offer, something you've done?
I think he's frozen.
Oh no.
Bradley, if you want to step in?
Yeah, if Craig is frozen, I'll try to jump in. I can never do as good of a job as he does. But I'm assuming what Craig's trying to say is that although the work that we do isn't, we don't do anything related specifically to the Endangered Species Act. The safety, the human health component is still, that's our bread and butter, and that's what our focus is on. But we're still engaging with the same communities that apply these pesticides. Our focus is on worker safety, but there's opportunity, and we've been pleased with the partnerships that we've developed. We do have partnerships with the University of Washington Panache, currently in development of different outreach trainings and collaborations with them, as well as the Department of Agriculture, so Ophelio's team. And we attend numerous conferences throughout the year, including numerous agricultural conferences. So, where we can find those commonalities is like, okay, can we talk about worker safety plus endangered species in the same forum? I think that's important to see where we can work together. It looks like Craig may be back now.
Yes, it's always so pleasant to get cut off right in the middle of trying to share something. And based on what Bradley was saying, I think we're good. I think he carried on the message. We have various ways we do outreach, and we can certainly help get the message out. So what we need is just to kind of like this, know the information, know the high level stuff, and then know who to refer people on to if they start getting more detailed questions. So I think Bradley did a good job from what I heard at the end. So Wendy, I think we're good now.
Thank you. Mary C, looks like you have your hand raised.
I do, thank you. Yeah, lots of great information. I'm with the Washington State Noxious Weed Control Board, and we do definitely a holistic approach where we do a lot of presentations to different folks, a lot of times for pesticide credits, but sometimes just to get people information about noxious weeds or herbicide use or different kinds of control measures. What I would like to see maybe is having a canned like 4 or 5 slides that we could add to some of our presentations where we can relay that information to the folks that we are already presenting to. I think that would be really helpful. I don't know if that's something we could help put together or get from you guys, but that way, if we had those 4 or 5 slides, not only would we use them, but I think the county coordinators would also use them when they're doing pesticide research or whatever at the county level too. Anyhow, that was my food for thought.
That's a great suggestion. Yeah, we can get something like that. Thank you. And then Ray Willard, it looks like, has a comment in the chat. It says, can we use the recording of Scott's presentation for other training events in the coming year? And I would like to say this is going on the Pesticide Advisory Board page on our website. I don't see a problem with that unless there's an issue.
Because Scott's going to be gone pretty soon, right?
Yeah. Tim has his hand raised. Maybe it's a response to that question.
So my only comment on that, to Ray's question about using this is it's a program in flux. Things are changing every day. The presentations that compliance program put together last spring had changed several times. Comments from the public that what they were presented in March is different than what they saw in November, and that's true. So my only caution about using this, Ray, would be things are ever changing.
So Tim, would you be willing to talk to our guys in the spring about it again?
Absolutely, and you're jumping ahead on me here just a little bit, Ray. So.
Thank you, Mary. Anybody else? good conversation here. We have Fish and Wildlife, Department of Natural Resources, quite a few people on.
Well, we can go to, if there's no more questions more generally, we can kind of go to each of these. As far as ESA, you've seen a lot coming at you. What kind of outreach needs do you see your constituencies having? What kind of things should we add to our website? What kind of things can we do to reach the applicators? Any suggestions? Or also, like Mary, you had a great example of something you'd like to see from us to your own presentations, right?
Is there anything on at the weed conference this year?
Tim might know. Do
Or
we have
Mary?
anyone presenting
No.
at the weed conference, Tim?
We don't have anybody. Well, we have David Bryson. David is sitting in on a panel discussion on November 8th. I don't know. I've talked a little bit with Kevin Hupp. I don't know exactly what the topic is going to be on that. But the only other speaker that we have at the weed conference this year is going to be Christina Zimmerman, and she's going to talk about the certification and training.
I see she has her hand up.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, if you would like me to, I can include a few slides on that as well, or at least contact information. I can do that. But C&T takes a lot of time too.
Yeah, I was just thinking that would be a prime opportunity to get the word out on this.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Good
not
point.
this year, then in the future.
Great point, Ray.
The other thing, Scott, I was wondering is, I'm just for my own information, I can go into that system and access the bulletins right now, right?
Yes, if it's applicable, they're in there. Yeah.
So that might be a good exercise for when we're, like, for instance, for our crews at DOT, when we do our training, we could show them how to go through that process and what they should be looking for when they scan the bulletins.
Ray,
Like a
I've done.
BLT demo.
Yeah.
A demo.
What did you say, Wendy?
I've done a training similar to that with my team. I can share with you what I've done. I'd be happy to do that.
All right.
And Ophelio, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to mention that there are several grower meetings that are coming up during the winter months. And there are a lot of opportunities to get this information out during those grower meetings. So GS Long, the Horde Convention, Welvrel is several meetings. So I can come up with a list of them. And they're typically looking for presenters. So this would be a tremendous opportunity for us to get the word out.
Great. Thank you, Ophelio.
One of the things we've heard from EPA is they are planning to add to their website with some presentation material, some one-pagers, I guess, like pamphlets and brochures, information like that. Now, we don't know what the audience is, if it's intended for like state lead agencies or conservation district staff to help, or if it is really geared more towards applicators. But our plan is to have this material, in the hands of the people that need it. And so, we're trying to kind of increase our content on our website around ESA. We're waiting a lot from what EPA is producing to see what we can use as a baseline. And just kind of thinking about these grower meetings, would printed materials be helpful? Would like one pagers or brochures or anything like that? We're just kind of trying to almost make a campaign for ourselves of what is needed out there. What would people like to see? Has there been anything specifically effective that your agencies have done or materials you've created in a different topic that have been really well received?
Christina?
Hi, we, in our program, the licensing and recertification program, we did put out several online resources in English and Spanish, and we did reduce the length of these recorded webinars to just a few minutes each. So we really broke down the certification and training rule changes into individual topics, so that a licensee could only go through the topics that are maybe applicable to them or that they interest them at that time. So they didn't have to kind of sit through a whole recording to get to the information they were looking for. We provided those in English and Spanish on our website, and they are available. We did group them in playlists as well, so that, say, if they're just a private applicator, they could just focus on those individual recordings that provided all in one topic playlist for them. That seems to have worked really well for our stakeholders. They access that quite a bit, and so they just are thankful for not having to sit through things that they already have, they understand. They just need to get to other things that they need to focus on. So that seemed to work pretty well.
Thank you. Yeah, just making like really short, easy, accessible ones. The EPA webinars on all of these topics are like at least an hour long each. That goes over each strategy. So that's a really good idea. Anyone else have anything? We can move into our 10:15 compliance.
Bradley has his hand up.
Great. Thanks, Bradley.
Yeah, so real quickly, on the topic of development of educational like outreach materials, the approach that we take in DOSH, the Division of Occupational Safety and Health, is we take when we develop a resource, we try to develop both, we call it a bite, snack, and a meal. So something just real short information that leads to more detailed information, and then maybe just a one pager, and then something for those that are more fond of reading to read. That way, it's kind of it should be something for about everyone. If you have 2 minutes versus you have 20 minutes. So yeah, hour-long webinars with ever diminishing attention spans, those are challenging. And then I see a lot of WSDA booths at all these different conferences and events, but I don't know how much coordination goes on within the agency for you to be able to share information there. But I see WSDA represented a lot at different conferences with booths, and those are great ways to get more information out to others. And if something is developed, we're always happy to keep those brochures in a file folder that we have at our booths, so that in case the conversation ever goes towards endangered species, then we're ready to provide them with basic information and point them to the experts at WSDA.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Bradley. Okay. Thank you for that good conversation. Gave us some good input, so I appreciate that. With that, we'll move to the ESA compliance updates. Tim Stein is the Northeastern Washington State Department of Agriculture Compliance Area Manager and will become the program manager for the pesticide compliance very shortly. Yay! So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thanks, Wendy Sue. Appreciate it. So I turn my camera on briefly here. I'm new to the group. Just to give you a little bit of information about my professional background, I have a bachelor's in science from Eastern Washington University and an environmental contamination assessment certificate from the University of Idaho. I've worked in pesticide compliance most of my career. I started in 2001 working for the state of Idaho as a field investigator. I was fortunate enough to seek out some folks here in Washington, and they offered me a position that became vacated in 2016. So I came across the border, came to work for Washington State. And since 2020, I've been the area supervisor for Eastern Washington branch, supervising 6 staff out of the Wenatchee office, the Moses Lake, and the Spokane office. So thanks for the invite, and looking forward to working with everybody. So I'll shut my camera off and get to my presentation, which is what everybody's here about. Let's get into the compliance side of things. I'm going to jump back up to like a 10, 20, 30,000 foot level from where Scott was at, not get down into the details. But so WSDA is the state lead agency designated to enforce pesticide laws and rules, and that includes FIFRA, our Washington Pesticide Control Act, RCW 1558, the Washington Pesticide Application Act, RCW 1721, and our General Pesticide Rules 16228. With that, under FIFRA, the US EPA ensures that protections are in place for all non-target species under its risk assessment and regulatory process for pesticides. So that's all at-risk species. Recent court enforced deadlines have led to changes in that review process, requiring EPA to consult with what we call the agencies, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife or the National Marine Fisheries. And they assess if the registration of a product or pesticide and its ultimate use could negatively impact an endangered species or its critical habitat. If the product is found to jeopardize either, the EPA may require changes to the label. And that can include, what we're referring to as bulletins or mitigation strategies. It's important that pesticide users become familiar with these bulletins and strategies so that they can apply pesticides in accordance with the label directions. And that's what we've preached for years. Next slide, please, Savannah. So most of you are familiar with the new ESA, or Endangered Species Act, requirements. Again, I'm not going to go into a lot of details like the calculator and the PULAs and stuff that Scott was talking about. That information is all available on EPA's websites. They have bulletins live too. They have their finalized herbicide strategy, and then they have their draft insecticide strategy and any subsequent changes that are going to come about. And I think, like what Bradley just said, what was it, the snack and the meal, and and then there's the fire hose. Well, the EPA websites is a lot of information. So what we're trying to do is get some of those smaller bite-sized pieces out there in our presentations that we put out every year, just to give everybody an idea so they know where to go look for more of the details. Next slide, please. So our approach in pesticide compliance, we focused basically on 4 main areas of implementing the ESA in Washington State. And we've got what we have done to prepare, what we are doing to prepare for these changes, because they are ever changing. How are we communicating these important ESA changes to the regulated community? What are the specific changes, and how will we address these changes? How will they be enforced? And that's kind of the $10,000 pyramid question, is how are we going to enforce these? So I'm going to go over each one of these here briefly. Next slide, please. So EPA, the preparations is there's a lot of programs, presentations being held. EPA's been holding and continues to hold webinars on updates and new ESA mitigation measures. WSDA staff, not just compliance, but also folks in pesticide registration, with our NRAS and Natural Resource and Agricultural Sciences, and our policy folks attend these sessions to keep abreast of the changes and provide state input. As Scott mentioned, in March and April of this past year, OSU, WSDA, and Compliance Service International hosted some workshops to assess growers' understanding and to get some compliance understanding about bulletins. In September, here just this last month, National Association of State Department of Agriculture's who has a pesticide inspector residential training, held a 1.5-day workshop specifically for state lead agencies to discuss strategies for consistency on how they will enforce the new policies that are laid out in ESA, which includes Bulletins Live 2, the herbicide strategies, the insecticide strategies, and the vulnerable species. And WSDA was present. I was there providing input on the workshop along with 16 other state lead agencies, USDA, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the NRCS, and EPA's Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assistance were all present. Most of you are aware Bulletins Alive was originally proposed almost 20 years ago, but it's been held up in litigation. Endangered species bulletins have been something that we as a compliance program have had on our inspection list since 2012, in the event it was ever implemented. So it's a reporting category that we can pull out in our database. It's a checkbox our inspectors are familiar with to check a box and say, hey, this is something that we need to look at when we review the label. So the staff review labels as part of every inspection and investigation that we do and are familiar with the coming changes in the labeling. Next slide, please. Scott alluded to this in October 23 through March of 2024. That's our busy presentation time of year. We conducted approximately 75 presentations, some of which Ophelio is mentioning are coming up. We get requests to come and speak. Our goal, our focal point of these presentations this year will be a Bulletins Live 2 recap, and then an introduction to the herbicide and the insecticide strategies, and most likely the vulnerable species as well. Last year, rough count, that's 75 presentations, different grower meetings, the weed conference, what have you, and approximately 5,000 attendees is who we're reaching. The Endangered Species Protection, Pesticide Stewardship Program, and Endangered Species Pesticide Bulletins are all pages on our website with links back to EPA's BLT or Bulletins Live 2 page, and any state contacts for additional information. We consistently, WSDA compliance has consistently provided comments and feedback to EPA on each of the posted strategies. The comments submitted come not only from compliance, but from pesticide registration, NRAS, toxicology folks, pest program, invasive species, where appropriate. Next slide, please. So this is where we get into the meat of the compliance side of things. It's Endangered Species Act is labeling. The user of a pesticide will know if a bulletin is required by simply reading the label. It will have a clear state on there that you have to refer to the Bulletins Live 2 website. The same is true for the mitigation strategies. The label will reference a website, which is simply, all of this is additional label language for specific geographic areas where the product's going to be applied. If you have a pesticide and there's no ESA language, no bulletins, no reference, then the user's not bound to follow the ESA instructions. Next slide, please. So label changes, from a compliance standpoint, are not new. 20 years ago, we saw organophosphate insecticides, chlorpyrifos and diazinon. They were taken out of home use. They were relabeled as federal RUPs and available only to those holding a certified applicator license for agricultural settings. 10 years after that, we saw residential uses for products like fumitoxin and fostoxin. Residential uses were dropped and removed swiftly, following 2 fatalities. Soil fumigants were also being reviewed at the same time to add additional instructions, such as fumigation management plans. Augmented PPE were added to the labels, personal protective equipment. And more recently, we've seen additional restrictions placed on products like paraquat, which includes use only by certified applicators. That have to have additional supplemental training, closed system transfers, elimination of backpack spraying. Some uses are eliminated. It's important to keep in mind with these ESA changes that, the directions are not meant to prohibit the use of the product. EPA is bound, without the added language, EPA is unable to meet their legal obligations to ensure that Endangered Species Act protection would likely would not be able to register the pesticide. Without these Endangered Species Act's label language, they wouldn't be able to register the product. So in an effort to keep the use of the product, they have to have more stringent uses. That's important, important to keep in mind. So next slide, please. So enforcement of Bulletin's Life 2, the herbicide and insecticide mitigation strategies for vulnerable species, should be no different than current label language. If we do inspections or investigations and an applicator is, not using the appropriate personal protective equipment, that would be seen virtually the same. There's no record keeping component with the implementation of these ESA plans. And as Scott mentioned, WSDA does not require the applicator to keep a copy of their pesticide label, which would include the bulletin or the mitigation strategies. We can always say that it's a good idea, but it's not enforceable. The applicator is required to keep and maintain a copy of the application record in Washington State under our record keeping requirements. That's a benefit to us here in this state because after meeting with other state lead agencies, their record keeping requirements are a little less stringent. So the investigators in those states are struggling with how they're going to find some of the information related to enforcement. Some of the mitigation strategies involve applying at lower rates. This is something that we can see documented by applicators on their application records. So simply having access to these records will help us enforce a lot of the label language. Let's go ahead to the next slide. If the misuse of a pesticide that has ESA language results in a take, and I'm using air quotes here, a take of listed species, WSDA can take enforcement on violating the label. However, action may also be enforceable under Endangered Species Act by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries. So a take is defined under ESA to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, or attempt to engage in any such conduct. Incidental take is unintentional, but not unexpected taking. WCA does not have authority to enforce the taking of a listed species, but we do have agreements in place, that we forward such incidents to the EPA, who then forwards them to Fish and Wildlife and Marine Fisheries. Next slide, please. So just some closing thoughts on a compliance standpoint for ESA implementation. WSDA receives alleged pesticide complaints from the public when they suspect a violation may be occurring or has occurred. We get calls on spraying near a school, spraying on hot days, spraying on windy days, on rainy days. The addition of ESA language on labels could potentially cause an increase in complaints from the general public, but this is kind of a wait and see situation. We don't know, but there are folks that are out there that will watch what's being done and report what they believe may or may not be a violation to us, and that's our job to follow up. Implementing Endangered Species Act bulletins and mitigation strategies is new to EPA, state lead agencies, and applicators, users of pesticides. These early months, probably years, are an opportunity to provide very specific case examples to EPA of what is and is not working and create an avenue for possible modifications. So, at these meetings, EPA is bound, they have a legal obligation and have been bound to implement Endangered Species Act, strategies. And it had to happen rather quickly. There hasn't been a lot of input about the modifications that can happen, but they are willing to listen to what is and isn't working, but we need specific examples. So next slide, please. Oh, and I guess that's it for my part. I have a couple minutes for questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for Tim?
I don't see any questions, but I do have an important fun fact from Bradley about how they had the same hairstyle. Tim Stein and I both worked as pesticide field investigators in Idaho prior to working for Washington State. So Tim, I don't know if you mentioned your background, but everyone knows he's previously from Idaho. So how many years as an investigator did you have, Tim?
Too many?
Too many.
15 in Idaho and what is that? 4 here in Washington.
Bradley, your hand is raised too. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question, and yeah, Tim, it's always great to see you, to see someone else who also left Idaho and came to work for Washington State. I worked at the Department of Agriculture as well, and Washington State Department of Agriculture is definitely a much better agency to work for. So we're fortunate to be here. But I have a question on, the labels will point to whether or not you need to go to Bolton's Live 2. And I'm just thinking, I'm making comparisons to the worker protection standard, in that, the same thing. You've got that label language that points people to another standard. And even to this day, we get people saying, "Oh, I've never heard of the worker protection standard, or WPS. I had no idea." So just back in line with that, with the outreach and the education component, I think there's a pretty big gap that is going to need to be filled, to get people informed of these requirements. And I'm happy to see you out this whole last winter, providing that information, but I still think we've got to continue this messaging, and it takes more than just WSDA. It takes the entire regulated community as well to message that. So
It does. Thank you, Bradley.
Hey, thank you, Tim. With that, we'll move back to Abby to talk to us about the Pesticide Stewardship Program.
Hello again. I do have several more minutes here, so I'll give myself a brief introduction here as I begin. I started working for WSDA and Natural Resources and a section here back in 2014, and I was fortunate enough to get this position just about right out of school, and I have loved it ever since. Next slide, please. Our group we are a research group. NRS is a research group within the Agricultural Environmental Services Division, and we have staff across the state in all of our major offices. And our program deals with several different things. Soil health is a bit of a buzzword right now, and several of our colleagues are devoted specifically to that topic. And then our agricultural land use mapping is a pretty impressive data package in which you can see what crops are grown where in Washington. And we have a couple of people doing windshield surveys in addition to using spatial data to create this map of Washington. Every couple of years it gets renewed. It's wonderful. I started my time here at WSDA in the surface water monitoring program, and I still am involved in that. But now I also supervise folks who do pesticide stewardship and pesticide usage. And then we also have my colleague, Jacqueline Hancock, who runs our newly established groundwater monitoring program. So in Washington State, since this program was initiated, we had not had a solid groundwater monitoring program, but thanks to some additional funding that came to us last biennium, or for this biennium, we've been able to start a groundwater monitoring specifically for pesticides in groundwater in residential wells, and that monitoring just started this year. and is occurring in Pasco area and also the Walla Walla area this coming spring. And then Jacqueline Hancock also deals with drought. It's very important to us to know how the agricultural community is impacted by drought conditions, and that is something that is also her designated topic. Next slide, please. So in my 20 minutes here, I am going to focus on a few of the things that I'm most heavily involved in. So the surface water monitoring, pesticide stewardship, and pesticide usage, not all quite in that order. But I do want to point out the fact that these three things came up, well, especially surface water monitoring and pesticide usage and land use mapping all came about from the early 2000s with those early lawsuits that Tim and Scott have referred to, in which, there's been a lot of, there had been a lot of finger pointing of what is happening and where. And Washington State was fortunate enough to have the funds to create this program that can tell us what is happening where. Go ahead, next slide, please. So, and next slide, moving into the water quality section, something that I'm most involved with. This here is a map showing all of our sites across the state, and this has evolved in the last several years. We aim to have sites in every type of cropping group. You see all the way to far eastern Washington. Those are some of our newest sites. We had three sites over there that were being sampled. We had three because we had some additional funding through a grant that we had. And we are back down to Dry Creek, one in the Palouse region there. And we're fortunate enough to coordinate and contract with the Palouse Conservation District to help us grab some of those samples. And then you see we have sites all throughout, or not all throughout, but throughout central Washington and also western Washington, north and south. I have one highlighted there in southern Washington that is in the Vancouver area. Go ahead, next slide, please. Because I wanted to showcase two things. First, we're always sampling at the bottom of the watershed when we're doing water quality monitoring. And that is specifically part of our sampling design, so that we're not pinpointing. We're trying to really just get a snapshot of the watershed of what could be moving down into the streams from pesticide use. And secondly, I want to point out that we do have several urban sites. Right now we have Burnt Bridge Creek, which is this one right here, very urban Vancouver suburban areas like Vancouver, Washington. We also have one near Linwood, just north of Seattle. And then we also have one that's we consider, the watershed is mostly urban, just south of Mount Vernon, Washington. And then, of course, we have all of our agricultural sites also in those areas, so up into northern Whatcom, and then of course central Washington tree fruit country, and then as I mentioned before, dryland type cropping systems as well over in far eastern Washington. Next slide, please. So here is an image of myself here at Marion Drain. This is a drain that comes off the Yakima Nation. It's a pretty big sized creek. It gets going pretty fast sometimes in the springtime to where we can't even cross the creek. But I wanted to use this slide to just give you an idea of what kind of information we're collecting and what we do with it. So we're out there collecting weekly grab samples. And again, we're at the bottom of the watershed. We're collecting samples. This is very much a snapshot in time. It is a picture out of a movie, so to speak, or it's looking at the stock market for 1 second out of one day in a month or something like that. It's very much a snapshot picture. We send our samples off to be analyzed specifically for pesticides, and not everybody understands what I've come across is not everybody understands that we actually have to tell the laboratory what to look for before we ever send them samples. We can't be, hey, go look, tell me what all pesticides are in here. I have to list, here are the ones that you should be looking for. And we're very proud the laboratory that we use is able to have such a large analyte list for us. It gives us a very clear picture, very broad picture of what could be in the waterways. So our analyte list right now is at 156. And I say analyte because it includes active ingredients and also some degradates. There's also a few troublemakers out there that are both a degradate and an active ingredient, which makes things interesting for me. And our results come, roughly 1 to 2 months later. This is not something I feel as though I'm always battling, the CSI crime scene investigation TV, in which you can get something spit back out, within minutes. Oh, here, this is what it is, and blah, 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 blah. It really doesn't work that way. It takes a long time. And again, I'm just trying to point out that this is just giving a snapshot. We're not trying to pinpoint anything or anybody. We're out there sampling between March and September, October. So it's during what we perceive to be kind of active application season in each of our watersheds. That can change a little bit depending on how long the winter goes. And then our results, I share these. I do a lot of presentations at WSU's recertification courses, and every opportunity that I get. We have many good stories. You saw my map earlier. Those are not all the same sites that we've had across the 20 or so years. We will remain at a site for 3 years, and if we don't see anything concerning, we'll move on. And we have 3 years of a good story to show. In sites in which we are seeing particular detections at a certain time of year, we use that in our education. These are not enforcement type samples, and really the main goal of what we see in our data is to drive our education outreach efforts. Where do we need to be providing this information about potential off-target movement of potential products, of products that we're seeing, or active ingredients that we're seeing in the water. And we do this, I get a lot of detections, but not every detection is of a concern. And so we have a very transparent process, a matrix that we use to quantify the magnitude, in addition to the frequency over the period of 3 years of each one of these analytes, to tell us, should we be focusing on this one or not? And it's a combination, again, the magnitude and the frequency, and what comes into play to that is the toxicity. So we utilize aquatic life benchmarks to help us determine, is this detection a concern or is it not? And if it becomes a concern, then I'm going to talk about it. And that's what I do. That's a huge portion of my job. We collect the information, we analyze it, we make sure we're very certain about the information, and we provide that. Yeah, next slide, please. So now I'm going to go into pesticide usage, and my colleague, he runs this program. It's been around again since the early days. This has to do again with the pesticide, registration, in that we have a very good handle of what's registered in Washington. It's a much harder question to say, hey, what is actually being used? And Chris McCullough is the one that heads up this program, and he helped me put this slide together. But it is a voluntary approach here in Washington, unlike California. And so a major part of his job, go ahead, next slide, please, is to collect this information through surveys and focus groups and interviews. And then we've also in the past, and sometimes still do, utilize the, let's see if I can get this acronym, National Agricultural Statistics Service surveys, to help us get an idea of what is actually being used. Because in these registration processes, EPA is trying to be very conservative, very safe, keep themselves safe from lawsuits. And one of the things that they employ is to be like, well, we'll assume that the maximum application rate is used in their modeling to determine what's going to move off target, potentially impact a non-target species or area or habitat, right? So it's very important. And we do this, we'd mentioned comments being given to EPA through all these strategies, and also when new pesticides are registered or if pesticides are re-registered. So we create this typical use profile to ensure that EPA understands what is actually being used. Next slide, please. So some of the information that's collected through this is the crop, application date, rate, number of acres. So we get, and where roughly in what region of Washington those acres are, because we understand that various active ingredients can be used in different cropping systems. And yeah, we collect that information and get summarized, and it's always anonymous. Go ahead, next slide. And some of our current work, so not every crop is updated every year. That's a lot of work. So Chris pieces this out and prioritize certain crop groups during the year to try to target those producers to try to understand what is actually being used. And this year, cherries, canola, pulse crops, and seed treatment type applications are on his ticket. Go ahead, next slide. And I'll have Chris's information towards the at the end of my presentation too, if you have any questions or are curious about what's being collected. All right, so on to the meat of this now, pesticide stewardship. I always like to think that our multiple programs here have all convened into how we can impact pesticide stewardship and create something that is most helpful. And my colleague who helped develop some of these slides has summed it up very well: information, participation, and cooperation. So I'm going to go over each of those. Go ahead, next slide. So information, we understand that farmers need to know what's happening, and also EPA needs to know what's happening. Chris and Scott and Tim have already alluded to the fact that we give them comments through information that we hear from the agricultural community, and also what we, our understanding is as well. And that is a big topic of today's meeting, is how to get that information out there. Next slide, please. And I'm going to back up a little bit too in my wording. The information I'm talking about in the pesticide stewardship program, we would like that to be a route of information, especially regarding ESA, as this is a big new thing. And so participation in a pesticide stewardship program, we and EPA are still trying to figure this out. And this is a big part of the current project that we have going on. This is a big part of the state plan work that I talked about earlier. I need to understand what Washington's most urgent needs are. We can't do something across the entire state. We don't have the capacity for that. So we're going to have to chunk it up a bit. And understanding where WSDA should fit in amongst all these other programs is also something that we are figuring out as we go along. Next slide, please. The next thing is we need cooperation between other agencies, but also agricultural communities, into understanding where are these needs. And I wanted to point out to these two historical examples of what NRAS has done in the past. We've recently started calling this pesticide stewardship, but we've always been a research group and trying to figure out, where can we produce information that is useful for registrations and showing what good work is being done. And specifically quantifying it. That is the big deal. The National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, they need a quantification of stuff being reduced, or mitigation efforts happening in the way of pesticides with these mitigation efforts in order to include it in modeling. So it has to be quantifiable. We all know that these mitigation strategies and conservation practices, they're all helping in some way, but it's always about how much is it helping. And that is very important when you come down to those calculations that create the risk ratios that they're looking at. So one of those projects was this riparian project, and a lot of the cooperation came out with the agricultural community too, because we work directly with landowners and the applicator there. You can see in the helicopter we went out and were able to measure how much various types of vegetation along streams was helping in the way of drift with malathion. And so we were in close contact with helicopter pilot and the landowners to be able to do this research project on their farm. And then the next one down below that is this Brenda Creek wetland. So we did an analysis. The wetland had been enhanced or helped out by the conservation district there. And we did an upstream downstream to see, well, how effective is this wetland? We all know it's great for nutrients and sediment, but how effective is it for pesticides? And we were able to quantify that. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into this now we're really calling it pesticide stewardship, where before we're kind of calling it our research projects. We have funding right now to do pesticide stewardship program in the Palouse River watershed. We're partnering with multiple organizations there. Right now, our plans include workshops and surveys through this winter, 2024, 2025, and we're going to end up with identifying a project, whether that project is something like a research project, like I had just talked about earlier, like a effectiveness study, or if it's like an education plan or a method of getting this information out there that is still to be determined, but we're going to end up by getting feedback from growers out there. And we're hopefully going to use that as a blueprint for expansion of doing work like this and having a pesticide stewardship program. And this is all happening at the same time as the state plan work is happening. So where does this fit into the state plan? We're hoping that this will be a blueprint to do this in at least other watersheds, if not throughout the state. But that is something, yeah, that we're working on. And next slide, please. So, you know, in preparation for this meeting and this being a pesticide advisory board, we found this to be a unique opportunity to be able to, in the future, get input from Pesticide Advisory Board about the direction of pesticide stewardship program in 2025 and beyond. So I'd like to leave that open for questions. One thing that I do want to point out is that we are planning these, we're in the process of planning these workshops and have a survey to give out over the winter to folks, again, just in the Palouse River watershed region. Because that's where our funding is tied to right now. But I would welcome any contacts for growers or entities willing to help promote those workshops and or survey when we get to that point. So I want to throw that out there, but then, yeah, I can leave it open to questions if I have any time.
Abby, we have just a little time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions for Abby or suggestions?
Look at the chat.
Bradley said, Abby gave a great presentation at the Washington Integrated Pest Management Commission Western Washington Farm Tour this summer in Skagit County along the Padilla Bay. She's always an engaging presenter and armed with great publications. It opens my eyes to the challenges growers are facing in the areas related to Endangered Species Act. I'm always impressed and inspired by the work of WSDA's NRAS.
Thank you very much, Bradley.
I just wanted to add to that. Our division grew by adding NRAS, and we're really happy to have all the pesticide programs with NRAS now, and they're great. So thank you, Abby, so much.
Great, no questions. You guys are an easy crowd.
Well, I thank you also, Abby. Your program has, over the years, been able to give data to EPA to realign them on some of the broad strokes that they've made with pesticides. So thank you for those efforts.
Thank you.
Great. With that, we'll move. Oh, here's the contacts for the program. Quick. With that, we'll move into the neonicotinoid update with Kelly McLean. Kelly is the Assistant Director of the Agricultural Environmental Services Division at the Washington State Department of Agriculture. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. I would turn on my camera, but for some reason my camera's not working. I've had to reboot Teams a couple times today, so I apologize for that. It's definitely Monday morning tech problems. Thank you, everybody, for being part of today's Pesticide Advisory Board meeting. My goal actually in these meetings is for you to not hear an awful lot from me, but for you to hear from all of the amazing staff in our division that are doing pesticide work, and for them to get good feedback from you about things that we can do better and things we can improve on. I'm really excited to give you an update on the neonicotinoid topic. We talked about this at our in-person meeting in March, and there was a bill passed this legislative session that required the agency to look at and evaluate residential home and garden uses, exterior to the house, so in the yard uses of neonicotinoids. And I would say we put together a pretty amazing internal team of staff within the division that are working through this topic right now. I'm going to give you a couple of updates on how that's gone. Let me just pull up all of my notes because it's pretty exciting. The biggest takeaway is that obviously, you know, our goal in a legislative session, some of you have heard this from me before, especially if you know me. For those of you that don't know me really well, I've been in this role as the assistant director for just over 6 months now. Prior to that, I spent 6 years as the agency's legislative liaison. I've been the lead on pesticide policy issues for a really long time at WSDA. And actually that program that was just presented on by Abby, the pesticide use program. I started in that program here at the agency 15 years ago as part of NRES. So it's really exciting for me to be working in this space. I'm excited to share with you some of the things that we're going to be able to do and the ways that we want input and stakeholder engagement to help us do that work better. And so, yeah, so just really excited about all of that. So the passage of that bill in the spring meant that the agency was looking at the way that we look at products that we register. So the very first thing that we did in this process is we went through and we pulled from our database every single product that we register that has a neonicotinoid as the ingredient. It's a group of insecticides. Depending on whose list you're looking at, it's between 7 and 9 active ingredients. And depending on what state you're in, some of those are not always the same. But here we were able to winnow the list down to just over 550 products that contained that as an active ingredient. And those compounds, those active ingredients that are identified as neonicotinoids in the bill. And then from that list, we were able to then further exclude anything that is registered for commercial, industrial, or agricultural uses. And then that brought the list down again from now 550 products down to about 120. And then our staff started going through label by label to identify what products were, and that also included removing things that were flea and tick collars, things that were for indoor use only, things that came in a bait station only. So anything that wouldn't be broadcast applied got eliminated. So we winnowed that list down to just over 100. They've been kind of combing through and finding, how much smaller can that list become as we identify what are true home and garden uses, and then that will lead into shelf surveys. And then we're talking right now about what type of rulemaking activity we would do around those products that are home and garden uses and will no longer be allowed for the general homeowner to go buy and use in their yard. So the reason that's in my mind really exciting is that there's a lot of states that have been faced with this issue around neonicotinoid use. It's a really big topic. Pollinators are a buzzing topic, pardon the pun, and a very exciting space for a lot of advocates to work in. And we're very focused on pollinator health in Washington State. Many of you on this call are part of the pollinator health task force that we created here 5 years ago now. So, it's a really big topic for us. Obviously, pollinators are really important to a variety of crops. The majority of big cropping systems that are not dryland wheat in Washington rely on pollinators. And so protecting pollinators is really important. We've pushed back on the idea. I do believe that the labels are protective, and the intent of EPA is that the label language, if followed, is protective of pollinators. And so, when we really got down to the meat of it, the focus on this bill was really about homeowners who don't read the label, don't follow the directions, and are applying in a method that's inconsistent with the label and removing those uses. So that's where our work is focused. We are hoping to have some language ready here in the next month or so, maybe month and a half, actually, probably. So closer to the beginning of December, we're hoping to have language ready for how we would deal with these products specific to homeowner uses only. And so far, like I said, I'm just really pleased with our progress on it. I'm excited to be able to roll out to this group. So the reason I'm giving you the update today is that there's going to be an ask to this group. When we've got language ready, we will be sending it out to the people that participate in the Pesticide Advisory Board, both named and unnamed members, if you're interested, to get feedback on where we're at, where we're going, are there concerns, that kind of thing, before we ever get into the rulemaking process. So, that's my pitch on neonics, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? All right. Well, thank you again, Kelly, for that information and so we can keep track of what's going on with the neonics and know that you're going to be reaching out to us for input, which is great.
Thank you.
All right.
I was going to say, because we're good on time, before we move on to the next meeting and polling and all that, I do have an update from my contact at the NOAA, basically the NIMS service. And the PULAs, this was for Calvin. You had a question about the data for the PULAs, if it was specifically available. And it looks like they're only available to view on BLT, and they're not able to download, but there has been discussion from NIMS about potentially making that available at some point. They don't know the Fish and Wildlife Service's positions on that though. So just wanted to give you that follow-up before we move on.
Thank you, Delina.
Okay, so we're going to move on to discussing planning for our next meeting. In our previous meeting, we did some polling and we decided that it's going to be held in Skagit County in spring 2025. And that this would be an in-person / hybrid meeting, and it would include a farm tour for in-person. So then we have some follow-up polling questions. These are going to be ranking. So you're going to rank like 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to start with picking a date. So if you want to get your calendars out, that might be helpful. And I just have date ranges, and then I'll follow up with like a doodle poll to pick the specific date. So these will just be some ranges that we're throwing out in May specifically. We're looking at May. And yeah, so I'll share that poll. It should pop up for you guys. Let's see. All right, so just rank them by your preference, these date ranges.
Hi, this is Matt Harris. I'm having a hard time use the
Do you not see
poll.
you don't see the poll?
No, I see the poll, but when I click view poll, it says the bot is disabled. Contact your IT admin for more information.
Yeah, this is Patrick with Simplot. I've got the same thing.
I do as well.
Oh, it might. Does anybody else have that issue?
I think, Savannah, it's because of people that are external.
Yeah, that could be that it might not work for you guys.
So maybe they can just drop into the chat which order they'd like so that we can add them to the poll after.
Yeah, totally. If you can still see, can you guys see the poll?
No, we can't.
Oh, you can't
the
see
dates
it
or anything.
No.
I'll copy
Yeah,
the dates in the chat, and you can just put like your preferred one.
Thank you.
So it'll just be a sec while I do that. All right, so there should be 4 ranges. May 6th to 8th, May 13th to 15, May 20th to 22nd, and May 27th to 29th. So you can go ahead and rank those or pick your favorite one in the chat if you can't see the poll. And it looks like from what was submitted, it looks like May 6th to 8th is preferred. with May 13th to 15th being second. Okay. All right, if everyone has submitted that polling, then I'll close it. And then follow up with an email to PAB members. All right, the next poll I have is some topics to potentially focus on. And we'll do the same ranking. And I'll copy it in chat too if you don't see the poll.
While people are filling out the survey, Savannah, I would include that every meeting will include updates from WSDA and asks for feedback on agency actions, because this is the Pesticide Advisory Board, and the goal is that if we're looking to, make rule changes or anything like that, that'll come to this group. So I don't want you to think that the topics that are being shared as potentially, as you potentially ranking them, eliminates the fact that the mission or statute requirements behind this board is that WSDA bring work forward that they're considering or interested in and get feedback. That will still occur at these meetings. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. This is more for picking like presenters. We're still going to have updates no matter what on any upcoming issues, but as far as planning like specific presenters that we should be contacting now. Okay, I'm going to okay, it looks like environmental issues, pesticide legislation, and then crop pest control challenges and federal partners are last. So, but I'll add whatever preferences are in the chat as well to that polling. Also at this time, if you are getting credit and you have your pesticide license number available, could you type that into the chat if you haven't already? Perfect. All right, and with that, I'll hand it over to Delina with the wrap up.
Thank you. So we have our public comment period, and there's 3 different ways that you can provide public comment. You can type your comment in the chat, and I can read that out and we can go through it that way. You can also raise your hand and we can unmute you. And then you can also write your comment and submit it to our Pesticide Advisory Board email address, which is on the screen here, pab@agr.wa.gov. Is there any public comment? I don't want to miss anything if there's something in chat. There's a comment from Marie Hallinan, EPA Region 10. Just wanted to say thanks to all the great program staff with WSDA for all the amazing work they do, especially with following, understanding, and responding to the latest in endangered species protections. Great presentations today. Really appreciate working with all of you.
Anybody else with any comments? I want to thank WSDA for all the great presentations today and updating us on the critical issues that are going on within our state and across the United States. I'd like to go ahead and open up the entire day. If anybody has any follow-up questions for any of the presenters, that would be great. We could follow up at this time. With seeing that we don't seem to have any further questions, Delina and Savannah, thank you very much for your coordination and putting the slides together. That made a great difference to make it transition smoothly.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else for the good of the cause?
No, if anyone has follow-up questions or comments, things come up between Following this, you can email to the Pesticide Advisory Board email. Savannah and I check that regularly. So yeah, that's a great place to reach out to us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you in Skagit next May.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your active participation. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Have a great week, everybody.
Thank you.